Hello, friends, and namaskar. We all know and think that the black holes are just born from dying stars. But, friends, think again. This new groundbreaking research from Cardiff University has revealed a startling truth. The universe's largest black holes are built, not born. While we used to think supermassive black holes grew primarily by consuming gas, this new study suggests they reach monster status through a violent process of repeated collisions within a dense star cluster. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the science of hierarchical merger, the cosmic assembly line where black holes smash into one and another, growing larger and more powerful with every hit. Let us go and discuss this further. Imagine a monster, not a ghost or a creature from a movie, but a real life titan so heavy it warps the very fabric of space and time. We call them supermassive black holes. For decades, we have asked one simple question: where do they come from? Most of us were taught the birth story. A massive star dies, collapses under its own gravity, and presto, a black hole is born. But there is a problem. Some black holes are so big that being born simply doesn't explain how they got there. New research from Cardiff University has flipped the script. They have discovered that the universe's true giants aren't just born big, they are actually built. Like a skyscraper or a massive machine, they are constructed through a violent, repetitive process of cosmic collisions. Today, we are breaking down the built, not born theory and how it's changing everything we thought we knew about dark hearts of these galaxies. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the Cardiff discovery, we first have to look at the old way of thinking. The traditional model says the black hole grew by eating. Imagine a black hole sitting in the middle of a cloud of gas. It slowly siphons that gas in, grew bit by bit over billions of years, and this is called accretion. But here is the catch: the math doesn't always add up. We have found supermassive black holes in the very early universes as well. If they grew only by eating gas, they wouldn't have had enough time to reach their massive sizes. It's like finding a fully grown oak tree in a forest that's only a week old. It shouldn't be possible. This led scientists to realize there must be another way, a faster, more aggressive way to build a giant. This brings us to the Cardiff University study. Led by a researcher in the School of Physics and Astronomy, the team looked away from the isolated stars and towards the dense star clusters. Imagine a crowded city during rush hour. Now imagine everyone in that city is a black hole. These clusters are the construction sites of the universe. Because everything is packed so tightly together, the gravity starts playing a high stake game of bumper cars. Instead of a single black hole sitting quietly and eating gas, you have dozens, even hundreds of black holes swirling around each other. This is what we call a nuclear star cluster. It is the most extreme environment in a galaxy. It's the perfect factory for building a monster. The Cardiff team used massive computer simulations to track how these black hole interacts. They discovered a process called hierarchical merger. Think of it like a tournament bracket. Round 1. Two small black holes collide and merge into one medium-sized black hole. Round 2. That medium-sized black hole finds another medium one. They merge to become a large one. Round 3. The large one smashes into another even larger ones. So this isn't a birth. This is an assembly line. Every time they collide, they releases a massive ripple in space-time known as the gravitational waves. These ripples are like the sound of the construction work happening. The Cardiff study showed that the built method is incredibly efficient. It allows black hole to skip the slow process of eating gas and jumping straight to supermassive size or status by consuming their own kind. So, why should we care if the black hole is born or built? First, it solves the early universe mystery. If black holes can merge rapidly in these clusters, it explains how they got so big so fast shortly after the Big Bang. Secondly, it tells us where to look. If we want to find the next generation of black hole mergers, we need to point our telescopes like the James Webb or LIGO at these dense crowded star clusters. But there is a darker side to this as well. This build theory suggests that the most powerful objects in the universe are essentially serial mergers. They are made of remains of thousands of smaller stars and black holes that came before them. They are the ultimate scavengers. The universe isn't a static place where things are simply born and stay that way. It's a dynamic, violent, and creative construction zone. And thanks to the team at Cardiff University, we now know that the giants lurking in the dark weren't just lucky enough to be born big. They fought their way and increased their size. They were built collision by collision in the most crowded corners of the space. So next time when you look up at the night sky, remember the biggest things out there are often the one that has survived the most crashes. So if you enjoyed this deep dive into the cosmic construction site, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. And friends, what do you think is the built not born theory is a final piece of the puzzle? Let me know in the comments below. Stay curious and always, always stay glued to the news. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the United Arab Emirates bombshell the announcement to exit the OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1st, 2026. And this has sent shockwave through the global energy markets. This historic move marks the end of nearly 60 years of membership and signals a massive shift in the geopolitical landscape of the Middle East. In this video, we dive deep into why the UAE is walking away, the rising tension with Saudi Arabia, and how this decision, combined with ongoing Strait of Hormuz crisis, could redefine the oil prices forever. Let's go. Today, the global energy landscape didn't just shift, it has actually fractured. In a bombshell announcement that has sent shockwaves from Wall Street to Riyadh, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, has officially declared its exit from OPEC and OPEC Plus alliance effective May 1st, 2026. This isn't just a policy change, it's a geopolitical earthquake. For nearly 60 years, the UAE has been the cornerstone of the world's most powerful oil cartel. But as of this morning, Abu Dhabi is walking away, leaving the Saudi led organization in what many are calling its biggest crisis since 1970. Why now? What does this mean for your gas prices? And is this the beginning of the end of OPEC? Today we are breaking down the UAE declaration of independence and the massive blow it deals to the global oil order. If you've reached this far, friends, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now moving on, to understand why this is happening, we have to look at the growing tension between UAE and the cartel, which is de facto leader Saudi Arabia. For years, the UAE has been frustrated. They have invested billions into expanding their production capacity, aiming for 5 million barrels per day by 2027. But under OPEC's strict quota system, they have been forced to keep much of that oil in the ground. The UAE message is clear. We have the oil, we have the tech, we want to sell it. The official statement from the Emirates news agency emphasizes a strategic and economic recalibration. Essentially, the UAE believes their national interest, which is monetizing their reserves, while demand is very high at this point in time. So they want to make sure that they monetize well in time. No longer, align with the production cuts demanded by the rest of the group. By leaving UAE is better on by itself. They are trading the security of the cartel for flexibility because of the free market and other pressures, right? We cannot ignore the elephant in the room, and that is the timing. This exit comes in the midst of massive regional energy shock. With the ongoing conflict involving Iran and the non-closure of almost total closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the global supply chain is already under immense pressure. OPEC production fell by staggering 27% in March alone. Some experts like Michael Brown of Pepperstone argue that while the UAE wants to pump more, actually shipping that product through the blockade, through the strait, is nearly impossible right now. This makes the exit even more of a strategic pivot. The UAE is positioning itself as a reliable, independent alternative to the cartels precisely when the world is desperate for stability. By breaking away now, they distance themselves from the collective political baggages of OPEC while the US and Israel navigate the escalating situations with Iran. This is a massive blow to Saudi-led dominance. For decades, OPEC has moved as one, with Riyadh pulling the strings, but with Qatar leaving in 2019 and now the UAE, the third largest producer in the group, following suit, the Saudi-led moniker is losing its weight. So, is this is going to be sustainable? Is there a price war on the horizon? History says maybe. When OPEC members disagree on quotas, we often see a race to the bottom, where countries flood the market with cheap oil to grab market share if the UAE starts pumping its full 5 million barrel capacity once the regional conflict subsides, it could put immense downward pressure on the global prices. Something Saudi Arabia, which needs high price to fund its Vision 2030 projects, desperately wants to avoid. So, what does this mean for you and me, rest of the people in the world? In the short term, volatility. Market hate uncertainty, and the exit of a major player like UAE creates a massive vacuum. Crude oil futures are already jumping as traders try to price in a world without unified OPEC. However, in the long run, this could lead to more competitive pricing. Without OPEC quotas holding them back, the UAE is free to be a swing producer, offering their cost competitive lower carbon barrels to the highest bidder. If other members see the UAE succeeding outside the cartel, we could see a domino effect where Kuwait or Iraq start questioning their own membership. The OPEC crack isn't just a headline, it is the possible start of a decentralized energy market. The UAE exit effective May 1st is the gamble of the historic proportions. They are betting that the future of energy belongs to the flexible and independent, not collective. As the sun set on nearly 60 years of UAE OPEC cooperation, a new era of energy geopolitics begins now. So, is OPEC dead? Very big question, right? Or will Saudi Arabia find a way to rein in the remaining members? Let us know what you think in the comments below. Does this mean cheaper gas or more global instability? In either cases, I would like to know what are your thoughts. So don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification. We will be tracking the market reaction and the situation in the Strait of Hormuz every day as the story develops. Thanks for watching, thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, with the recent proclamation imposing a substantial fee on H-1B visas, the US is making it more challenging for companies to hire foreign workers from abroad. And when I say abroad, it's basically outside of US. This major shift in policy is poised to trigger a significant new waves of job opportunities with a career boom for Indian professionals. Why? Simply because the reverse brain drain is going to happen. What opportunities are going to be created? Let's go and explore this further. Hello and welcome. For decades, the H-1B visas has been the golden ticket for thousands of Indian professionals, a pathway to the American dream. But a recent dramatic change in the US policy, a staggering increase in the annual H-1B visa fee, is poised to disrupt this long standing tradition. The question on everybody's mind is, what does this mean for Indian talent? Today, we are not here to talk about this setback. We are here to talk about a strategic inflection point and a massive new career boom for India. The very policy designed to protect American jobs may, in fact, be the catalyst that supercharges India's domestic tech and innovation sector. Now, let's discuss this further. First, let's get the facts right. The new rule imposed is prohibitive, has a prohibitive annual fee of nearly 100,000 US dollars on H1B visas. Now, this is for new visas as well as renewals. For context, the previous fee ranged from $2,000 to $5,000. This isn't just a fee hike, it is a monumental shift that fundamentally changes the economics of hiring foreign talent for US companies. The why from the US perspective is, this is aimed is, to discourage companies from using the H1B program to replace US workers with cheaper foreign labor. The immediate impact, however, is this will make it financially unviable for many companies, especially small and medium-sized ones, to sponsor H1B visas. The traditional offshore-onshore model that many Indian IT services companies have used for years is now going to become much more difficult, and therefore the whole process is questionable. For years, India has grappled with the brain drain. Its best and the brightest minds leaving for opportunities abroad. But what if the policy forces a brain gain? The new reality is that there are significant number of skilled Indian professionals who are on H1B track will now have to reassess their career path. Many will find returning to India not just viable option but a far more attractive one. Now, what will happen to the returning talent? Professionals with global experience in cutting edge fields like AI, machine learning, and data sciences will bring invaluable skills and knowledge back to India. Now, this influx of experienced professionals will enrich India's domestic talent pool, making it more competitive and innovation driven. The narrative is shifting now. The ultimate marker of success is no longer a job in Silicon Valley, but the opportunity to build a world-class company in India. The fee hike has a direct effect on US companies, with the cost of sending an employee to US skyrocketing. These firms will increasingly turn to offshoring. This is a massive win for India's Global Capability Centers, or GCC. Accelerating offshoring basically means that the US companies will expand their operations in India, creating high value jobs, research and development and engineering. And India is also going to become hub for R&D. India is poised to become a global hub for research and development and innovation. Investment that was once funneled into H1B visa costs will now be redirected into building out a robust teams and infrastructures in India. The infusion of returning talent and increased investment will act as a turbocharger for India's already burgeoning startup ecosystem. We will see more deep tech companies, more patents, more globally competitive products and services originating from India. So how do you capitalize on this unprecedented career boom? Focus on building a strong skill set in high demand areas. The opportunities in India are growing at incredible pace. Number 2 is consider a long-term potential for career back home. The salary and the growth opportunities in India are now more competitive than ever, and you will get to be a part of a historic movement. This is a time to invest in India's talent pool. The density of top tier talent is increasing, and the cost arbitrage when compared to the new H1B visa fee is astronomical. In a world where geopolitical shift can change economic landscape overnight, India has a unique opportunity. This isn't just about policy change, it's about a fundamental shift in the global talent dynamic. By embracing this change, India can stop being a talent exporter and become a global leader in innovation and technology. The future is bright and it is being built right here, right now in India. So, friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, any questions, please leave them in the comment section below, and I will catch you very soon in the next one.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with a golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven. Extraction, some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So let's understand the coffee more. So physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling. And experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicist modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium, alike to soil or sandstone, and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction, but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bed. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint. Knowing when to stop purchasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system. From oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, remember it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste. It is about harmony between science and ritual. So every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics. in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा, जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली। उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्यायप्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के सासाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी, सूर साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों के, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वे केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे, जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है, वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वे भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो, या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो, या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें ये सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको बता दूं कि शेर शाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेर शाह सूरी की जो यात्रा है, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C suite, we are taught to be decisive, we are taught to be analytical, but how often are we taught to be equal? Every day you face a storm of preferences, you have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy, it means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. The President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you are left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relations with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink, or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. This video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, I mean, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they're quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. In the world of high-stake business, we talk about freedom. We in fact talk a lot about freedom, and market freedom, financial freedom, the freedom to innovate. But for the modern CEO, the reality is often opposite. You are tethered to the stock ticker, bound by the expectations of the board, and often a prisoner to your own decision-making loop. We call this the invisible ceiling, the point where your intelligence and hard work cannot take you any further because your mind is too cluttered with the noise of the trade. But what if there was a way to achieve a state of strategic liberation, a state where you operate with absolute clarity, where your decisions are not reactive but visionary? Over 7,000 years ago, a roadmap for this exact state was laid out in a dialogue on a battlefield. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 17. It's not just a spiritual mantra, it is the ultimate executive manual for the 21st century. Those whose intellect is merged in Him, whose mind is one with Him, who are established in Him, for whom He is the supreme goal, their sins being dispelled by knowledge, go to the state from which there is no return. Well, this is a quote and translated into English. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching and who's not. Now let's proceed further. To a CEO, this might sound like a religious abstraction, But let's translate this into leadership language. The verse identify 4 pillars of focus. First, intellect. What is the intellect? Your strategic analytical power. Next, mind. Your emotional intelligence and focus. Third, establishment. Your core values and conviction. Fourth, the goal. Your ultimate vision or the North Star. So the Gita suggests that when these 4 are aligned with supreme truth, or in the business terms, a transcendental purpose, you reach a state of no return. In business, that is a definition of the legacy. One of the most striking phrases in this verse is the sin destroyed by knowledge. In a boardroom, we don't use the word sin, but we do use word error. In this context, sin refers to the mental impurities that could cloud judgment. Ego, attachment to a specific outcome, fear of failure, cognitive biases, etc. Think of these as the cognitive debt. Every time you make a decision based on your ego rather than data point, you base on how we have always done it rather than the truth. You accrue debt. This debt slows your company down and it creates a friction. So the Gita says this debt is destroyed by knowledge, not just information. We have plenty of that, but realized knowledge is missing here. This is the ability to see the market, your competitor, your own team exactly as they are, without distorting the lens of your own desires or fears. When knowledge destroys error, liberation begins. The verse ends with bold promise, the path of liberation where there is no rebirth. The spiritual terms, this is the moksha. In the boardroom, this is the high performance flow state. No rebirth means you stop repeating the same mistake. Have you ever noticed that how some company seems to hit the same wall every 5 years? The same culture issues, the same product, market fit struggles, the same leadership turnover, and that is a cycle of rebirth in business. The strategic liberation means moving past those cycles. It means your leadership has evolved to a point where you are no longer a manager of crisis, but a creator of realities. You have reached a level of clarity where you don't have to go back to the old ways of struggling. You are no longer reacting to the waves. You are the ocean yourself. So how does you apply Gita 5.17 on a Tuesday morning before a merger or a product launch? I have few tips for you. First, fix the intellect. Start your day by detaching from the outcome. Focus entirely on the integrity of the strategy. Next, dissolve your ego. Ask yourself, am I making this choice to be right or to be effective? If it is to be right, that's the sin. And the verse mentions this very clearly. Let knowledge dissolve it. Right? Next is establish the North Star. Ensure your supreme goal isn't just this quarter's earning, but a purpose that provides value to the world. When your goal is supreme, your stamina becomes infinite. True leadership isn't about control, it's about alignment. Chapter 5, verse 17 of Bhagavad Gita teaches us that when our intellect, mind, and faith are fixed on a truth higher than our own, we become liberated from the friction of the corporate world. We move beyond the boardroom. We stop being driven by the fear of loss and start being pulled by the power of vision. This is the strategic liberation. That is the path of the sage leader. The question isn't whether you can afford to learn these lessons. The question is, can you afford the rebirth of your past mistakes, and what happens if you don't? My name is CK, and this has been a look into the timeless wisdom of Gita for the modern executive. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Before we move on to the next video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the vast heritage of Indian science, where sages mapped the stars and healers preserved life, Shalihotra stands as world's first veterinary doctor. His Shalihotra Samhita, composed over 2 millennia ago, transformed the care of horses from battlefield necessity into a discipline of compassion and precision. In 2026, his vision feels strikingly modern, reminding us that the true science serve not only the progress but empathy for all living beings. So let us find out more about Shalihotra, the veterinary doctor. In the annals of ancient Indian science, where the sages mapped the stars and physician healed the body, one figure stands out for turning his gaze towards the animal kingdom. Shalihotra, often hailed as the father of veterinary science, lived around 3rd century BC and composed Shalihotra Samhita, a monumental text devoted to the care and treatment and the anatomy of horses. At times when horses were the lifeblood of armies, agriculture, and trade, his work was not merely technical, it was civilizational. As Shalihotra Samhita contained over 12,000 verses detailing diseases, surgical procedures, and preventive care for horses. It described dental structure, hoof condition, and even the psychology of these animals. Shalihotra's approach was holistic. He saw the horses not as a machine of war, but as a living being whose health was intertwined with human destiny. His text became a cornerstone for veterinary knowledge across Asia, influencing later traditions in Persia, Arabia, and beyond. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So taking this subject forward, in 2026, Shalihotra's legacy feels strikingly relevant. In an age where veterinary science has expanded to genetics, biotechnology, animal welfare, and his emphasis on compassion and systematic observation resonate deeply. Modern veterinary doctors now grapple with zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debates around factory farming. Shalihotra's insistence on preventive care and respect for animal offers a timeless reminder. Science must serve both utility and empathy. The echoes of his work can be seen in today's One Health movement, which recognize the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. Just as Shalihotra understood that the well-being of horses shape the well-being of society, modern scientists acknowledge that pandemic, food security, and ecological balance depends on how we treat animals, how we behave with the animals. His vision, born in ancient India, aligned seamlessly with the global challenges of 2026. Moreover, Shalihotra's contribution highlights that India's role in pioneering scientific thought long before the modern institution. In the classroom and galleries today, his name stands along the side of Sushruta, who is the father of surgery, and Charak, and of course the Aryabhat, as a proof that science in India was never confined to human medicines or mathematics. It embraced the full spectrum of life. His work reminds us that the innovation is not only about discovering new technologies, but also about nurturing the bond between species. Shalihotra's story is not just about horses. It is about humanity's evolving relationship with living world. His verses whisper across the centuries that knowledge without compassion is incomplete. And the caring of animal is caring of ourselves. So, as the veterinary science in 2026 explores that gene editing, AI-driven diagnostics, and sustainable livestock practices, Shalihotra's spirit lingers, urging the balance between the progress and the ethics. Shalihotra's legacy definitely whisper across the century, and the health of animal is inseparable from the destiny of humankind. As veterinary science embrace AIs and genetic therapies and One Health initiative in 2026, his timeless wisdom endures, urging balance between innovation and compassion. So now we have come to the end of this subject, this live streaming. Please like and subscribe our channel. We look forward your comments on this topic. We'll meet again. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In an era where the artificial intelligence debates blur the line between mind and machine, the voice of an ancient sage still echoes with a startling clarity. I'm talking about Rishi Kapil, the father of Sankhya philosophy, who once declared that existence is woven from 2 eternal threads. One is Purush, that means pure consciousness, and another is Prakriti, that means nature. 25 centuries later, his vision feels uncannily modern. So let's find out more about this philosophy.
Hello friends. The big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further. In the world of high stake business, we are taught to chase the gold. We celebrate the record breaking IPOs, the quarterly wins, and the market dominance. On the flip side, we are taught to fear the mud, the PR crisis, the missed targets, and the economic downturns. But as a CEO, and all CEO knows this constant oscillation between euphoria and anxiety is quite exhausting. It leads to burnout, biased decision making, and the leadership style that is reactive rather than strategic. What if there is a way to lead from the place of total stability, a state of mind where your internal peace isn't tied to the stock ticker? Over 7,000 years ago, a profound piece of wisdom was shared on a battlefield that is more relevant to the modern boardroom than any MBA syllabus. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 8. Today we are going to dive deep and break down how this one verse can transform you into an unshakable CEO. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself. The quote starts, "A person is said to be established in self-realization, and it's called a yogi when he is fully satisfied by the virtue of the acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it is pebbles, stone, or gold, as one and the same thing." Quote close. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you stop caring about your company. It means you change your relationship with the results. The verse identify three key areas, three key traits of the unshakable leaders. First, acquired knowledge combined with practical experience. Obviously, you can't shake that off. Number two, control over the senses, which includes your ego as well, and also different kinds of extensions that you may have. Number three, ability to see stones and mud and gold with an equal eye, right? That is quite difficult. Now let's get real about the gold and mud. Just look at your office. The gold is that massive Series C funding or being featured on the cover of Forbes magazine. When things are gold, your ego expands. We think we have figured it out, all of it. We become overconfident, take reckless risk, and lose the humility that built the company in the first place. The mud is the supply chain collapse, the key executive quitting, or the negative cycle, some sort of a press release which is negative in nature. When we hit the mud, we panic. We make short-term decisions based on fear, which often makes the situation worse. The Gita tells us that the self-realized leader sees these as equal. Why? Because they are both external and temporary. If your happiness is tied to the gold, you are a slave to the market. If your identity is destroyed by the mud, you aren't leading. You are merely reacting. The unshakable CEO realizes that the value of the soul and the integrity of the mission do not change based on the material outcome of the day. How do we actually implement this? It comes down to three pillars. Pillar number one, knowledge versus realization. Most CEOs have the gyan, which is book knowledge. They know the spreadsheet, but the Gita tells you to get into realized wisdom. This is the gut feeling backed by a calm mind. It is knowing that this too shall pass, right? So, what action you can take? When the crisis hit, don't just look at the data. Sit in silence for 5 minutes to separate your identity from the problem. All right, moving on to the pillar number 2, sensory mastery. In modern terms, this is the emotional intelligence. Your senses react to notification, angry emails, and market rumors. A leader, who has a filter, they can choose which input to react to. They don't let a bad morning meeting ruin a $1 billion afternoon strategy, right? You need to keep them separate. Moving on to pillar number 3, the equal vision. This is the hardest part. Seeing gold and stones as equal doesn't mean you trade gold for stones. It means you don't let the gold intoxicate you and you don't let the stones depress you. You remain your behavior is very steadfast like a rock, the unchanging center of the storm. When you become unshakable, your decisions making capability improves. In fact, it improves so good it becomes clinical in nature. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot afford to be excited by the patient's wealth or disgusted by their wounds. They must see their anatomy as it is to perform the operation. The unshakable CEO performs market surgery because you aren't desperate for the gold or terrified of the mud. You see the truth of the situation. You see opportunities where others see disaster. You see risk where others see easy wins. This objectivity is the highest form of business intelligence. Becoming an unshakable CEO isn't the weekend workshop. It's a daily practice of returning to your center. So friends, next time when you are in a high pressure meeting or the next time you are in celebrating some sort of a win, a massive win, remember chapter 6 verse 8. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the gold or am I standing on the rock? Success is a byproduct of the steady mind. Build the mind and the business will follow. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonates with you, hit the subscribe button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to find their center today. Lead with wisdom, lead with peace, become an unshakable CEO. So we have come to the end of our session today. Before I move on to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. The global economy is at the crossroads. In this video, we break down why the next 72 hours are the most critical window for 2026 for investors, for business leaders, and also for the policymakers. With the outbreak of conflict in the Middle East and the recent IMF World Economic Outlook warning of a drop in the global growth rate to 3.1%, and therefore the stakes has never been so high. So what we got to do, what we should be aware of, stick around because we are going to discuss all of this. Right now, as you're watching this, a timer is ticking. It isn't just a countdown for a market opening or a single earning report. We're entering a 72-hour window that historians may look back on as the definitive pivot point for the global economy in 2026. So why now? Because we are seeing a perfect storm and it is converging. We have a volatile conflict in the Middle East that is threatening the world's most vital energy arteries. We have an IMF that just sounded the alarm on the growth slowdown, and within the next 3 days, we expect the decisions that will determine if we face a controlled landing or a systemic fracture. By the time this 72-hour window closes, the cost of your energy, value of your currency, and the safety of your investment could look radically different. And here is exactly what is happening behind the scenes. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. The first pillar of this 72-hour crisis is the energy. As of today, which is April 22nd, 2026, the volatility in the Middle East has moved past rhetoric. Markets are currently pricing in a worst-case disruption scenario. If the next 3 days sees an escalation that impact the Strait of Hormuz, we aren't just looking at $100 per barrel oil. We are looking at the supply side shock that could paralyze the European and Asian manufacturing. But it's not just about pricing at the pump. It's about the inflation ghost. Just as the central bank thought they had a handle on the rising price, the energy spike threatened to send the projected 2026 inflation rate of 4.4% or even higher. In this next 72 hours, look for the energy pivot. If the prices break past key resistance level, the global manufacturing sector will go into a defensive mode, and that means layoff and stalled growth. While the headline focus on the conflict, the underlying math is equally terrifying. Last week, the IMF released the World Economic Outlook. The headline was grim. The global growth is projected to fall to 3.1%. Imagine, only 3.1%. But the real story is in the next 72 hours of the diplomatic response. Financial leaders are currently meeting to decide if they will coordinate a liquidity injection or if it's if every nation for itself. We are seeing a massive divergence. While some economies are showing resilience, others, particularly in the developing world, are facing a debt wall. If we don't see a collaborative signal from the G7 or the IMF in these 3-day window, we could see a flight to quality that strip emerging markets of their remaining capital. This is the great repricing of 2026, and it is happening in real time as we speak. When the world gets scared, money moves fast. In the next 72 hours, we are watching the 3 safe havens, which is gold, US dollars, and increasingly digital assets. Gold has already been hitting the record high, but the next 3 days will test its ceiling. If we see a breakout, it's a signal that the big institutional players have lost faith in a quick diplomatic resolution. Simultaneously, the US dollar is weaponizing itself again. As the dollar strengthens, it puts immense pressure on every other currency for businesses in London, Tokyo, or New Delhi. A 72-hour surge in the dollar market, makes their imports more expensive and their debt harder to pay. Watch the currency pairs closely. The tipping point is usually a 3-day trend that becomes month-long slide. So, what does this mean for people like you and me? The next 72 hours aren't about panic; they are about positioning. If you are an investor, watch the $100 oil per barrel mark and the 10-year treasury yield. If you are a business owner, look at your supply chain exposure in the Middle East. And if you are just watching your personal finances, understand that the low inflation era we hoped for is being challenged by these 72 hours of geopolitical reality. The world moves fast, but the economy moves in cycles. We are at the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. We'll be monitoring every headline, every market tick, and every diplomatic cable as they come in. Make sure you subscribe in a window. This is very critical. Being 24-hour late is the same being absolutely wrong. So stay vigilant. The clock is running, and I'll see you in the next update, my friends. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further. On a clear night, the universe looks like a photograph, frozen, eternal. But the truth is, we are living inside a cosmic stampede. Right now, you are sitting on a planet that is spinning at 1600 kilometers per hour. The planet is orbiting a star at 107,000 kilometers per hour. The star is dragging us around the center of the Milky Way at 800,000 kilometers per hour, but even the galaxy itself isn't sitting still. Our entire island universe is screaming through the void towards a destination we cannot see, and the overall speed at which we are moving right now is 2.2 million kilometers per hour. Everything, every star, every black hole, every atom is on a journey, but where is it actually going? Is there a finish line, or is the universe just running away from itself? Today, we are tracing the ultimate trajectory of the cosmos from the great attractor to big freeze. We are looking at the final map of the existence itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand where we are going, we have to look at our neighborhood. We live in a Lanakia supercluster, a massive web of 100,000 galaxies spanning 500 million light years. For decades, the astronomer noticed something strange. The Milky Way and our neighboring galaxies aren't just drifting, they are being pulled. We are moving towards a specific region of space hidden behind the zone of avoidance, an area obscured by our own galaxy's dust, and therefore we actually cannot see clearly what is where we are going and what is pulling our galaxies. We call this mystery the great attractor. It's the gravitational anomaly so massive it is warping the movement of the galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. It's like cosmic drain, and we are the water circling it. But here is the twist. We will likely never arrive at that point. Why? Because while gravity is trying to pull us together, something else is trying to rip us apart. In the late 1990s, we discovered the universe isn't just expanding, it is accelerating. This is thanks to the dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up roughly about 68% of the universe. Think of it like this. Gravity is the glue trying to hold the room together, but the dark energy is the floor constantly stretching in every direction. Because space is expanding faster than the speed of light at great distances, the great attractor is actually losing the tug of war. Eventually, the expansion will become so fast that even the pull of the Lanakia won't be enough to hold us into this particular group. We are entering an era of the great divorce. In few billion years, every galaxy outside our local group will disappear beyond the cosmic horizon. They will be moving away so fast that their light will never reach us again. We will be left in a lonely, dark neighborhood. So if we aren't hitting the great attractor, what is our immediate destination then in that case? So in about 4.5 billion years, our own galaxy has a date with destiny. The Andromeda galaxy is currently heading straight for us at 110 kilometers per second, very high speed. This isn't a crash, it's a dance. The two galaxies will pass through each other, their stars rarely colliding because the space is so empty. Gravity will eventually pull them back together, merging them into a single massive elliptical galaxy dubbed as Milkomeda. By the time this happens, our sun will have become a red giant, likely swallowing the earth. The solar system as we know it will be done. But the atoms that made up our body will be part of the brand new giant star system. But where does the journey finally end? If the expansion continues forever, we reach the ultimate destination, the big freeze, also known as the heat death of the universe. As the space stretches, the gas needed to create stars become too thin. One by one, the light of the universe goes out. The stelliferous era ends, which is known for star formation, and therefore the stars will stop forming. And the degenerate era will begin. Only white dwarf, neutron stars, and black hole will remain. The black hole era will be the third one when black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. So, what is left? A universe at a uniform temperature of nearly absolute zero, no energy, no movement, no time. Everything that was once a planet, a person, or a galaxy will be reduced to thin mist of photons and electrons drifting in an infinite cold dark. It sounds bleak, but look at in another way. We are living in the golden age of the universe, a brief, brilliant window where the stars are close enough to see and the galaxies are close enough to touch. Everything is moving away, yes, but that makes the fact that we are here right now witnessing it, and all the more miraculous things are going to happen in the near future. We might not like where the universe is going, but we can only imagine what a view we have on the way there, right? So friends, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring the edge of the cosmos, subscribe and join for the next journey. Until next time, before we wind up today's session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
Imagine a darkness so deep it lasts 336 hours, where temperatures plummet to a lethal minus 170 degrees Celsius. If our technology fails for even a second, the Artemis base camp batteries will freeze solid, ending the mission forever. Here is how we use the fission power to survive the shadow. So, in this video, we will learn more about it. NASA is about to build the ultimate fortress on the surface of the lunar South Pole. But there is one giant problem: the brutal 2 week night. By deploying a towering vertical solar array and burying the habitats under the protective lunar regolith, we are finally hacking the moon's environment. Therefore, in this video, friends, we will be studying the engineering behind our lunar survival. Let's go. Welcome once again, everyone. When we talk about returning to the moon, we often focus on the excitement of the landing, the dust kicking up, the iconic first steps, and the exploration of the lunar surface. But there is a silent, invisible antagonist that has claimed more missions than any other, which is the lunar night. For those living on Earth, night is brief 12-hour cycle, but on the moon, the sunset and doesn't return for 14 Earth days. During this time, temperature plummet to below minus 280 degrees Fahrenheit. If we want to establish a permanent presence with the Artemis base camp, we cannot simply pack up and leave when the sun goes down. Today, we are going to explore the cutting edge engineering that will keep our astronauts and equipment alive through the brutal conditions in the solar system. But first, let's talk about the energy gap. Without the sunlight, traditional solar panels, our primary source of power go dark. To survive the Artemis base camp, it relies on a multi-layered power strategy, as visualized by the NASA, and we will discuss this more in detail. Starting with the regenerative fuel cells, RFCs. During the 14 days lunar day, we don't just use power, we bank it. Through electrolysis, we store energy as hydrogen and oxygen. When night falls, these fuel cells recombine that energy is provided like electricity, acting as a massive chemical battery. Modular nuclear fission is the next one. While the batteries and the fuel cells are essential, there are limits to it. To provide a reliable, constant base load power supply, NASA is developing a small modular fission reactor. These reactors operate independently of sun, ensuring that the heaters, life support systems, and communication remains operational even in the depth of 2 week dark period. And the power is only half the battle. If you have all the electricity in the world but can't manage heat, you're still in trouble. The vacuum of space is a perfect insulator, which means heat generated inside the base has nowhere to go and heat outside has no way to keep the base warm. So, friends, as you would have understood by now that the thermal management is a two-way street. Starting with insulation, the base modules are protected by advanced multi-layer insulations, which is also known as MLIs, and vacuum jacketed shells, which acts like a high-tech thermo to prevent heat loss. Next is the active thermal control system, which is in short known as ATCS. Inside the habitat, we use specialized fluid loops to collect waste heat from electronics, life support system, circulating it where it is needed the most. Next is the phase change material. We also use thermal mass as buffer. Think of this as thermal sponges. During the day, they absorb excess heat. During the night, they release that energy slowly to keep the interior's climate stable. This survival isn't just hardware, it is a strategy. Operational planning is kind of divided into two phases, which is day and night. And friends, you must be knowing that the lunar day is equal to 14 days, and likewise the night as well, 14 earth days. Now, what we need to do now, we have to make a daytime preparation. This is the harvest phase. We maximize power storage, ensure the habitats are perfectly insulated, and preheat the thermal mass of the base to give us a running start when the sun set for 14 days. Remember that. The nighttime conversion is must be seamless. Once the sun goes down, the base shift into a low power mode. Non-essential systems are powered down, lights are dimmed, and the base transition to the autonomous state governed by the predictive algorithm that manages energy consumption to prioritize life support. Lastly, we have to also talk about redundancy. If one system fails, we have to have a backup of a backup of a backup, right? Because it's about survival of our people. Whether it is the small pressurized rover or providing a mobile shelter or secondary fission unit coming online, the goal is always total system reliability. The lunar night is brutal, unforgiving, and relentless, but it is not unbeatable. By combining nuclear energy, advanced chemistry, and the intelligent thermal management, we are turning the moon from a place where Did you know that Earth is actively sailing through debris of an ancient stellar explosion? Scientists drilling deep into tens of thousands of year old Antarctica ice have just confirmed a mind blowing cosmic secret. Our solar system is traveling through radioactive cloud left behind by an ancient supernova. In this video, we break down an incredible discovery made by international research team. By analyzing pristine ancient ice layers in Antarctica, scientists detected traces of iron 60, a rare radioactive isotope that only forms during a supernova. Let us explore this further. Antarctica, it is the coldest, driest, and most isolated continent on Earth. For centuries, we have treated it as a pristine time capsule of our own planet's history. But recently, an international team of scientists drilling deep into the ancient ice sheets uncovered something that doesn't belong to Earth. In fact, it doesn't even belong to our solar system. Deep within the tens of thousands of years old ice layers, researchers found a steady, undeniable influx of a rare radioactive space dust. And the data tells us a story that sounds like straight up science fiction. Right now, you are actually sitting here watching this video. Our planet is sailing directly through a radioactive debris of an alien supernova. We aren't just looking at the remnant of the dead star through our telescopes anymore. We are actively breathing them in. We are traveling through cosmic cloud of stellar wreckage. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. How did scientists figure this out from a block of ice? What exactly is lurking in the cosmic cloud? And should we be worried about radiation? Let's break it down. To understand how we know this, we have to look at the specific cosmic fingerprint. An isotope known as iron 60. Now, normal iron is incredibly common on Earth and also on Moon, and also on Mars and other rocky planets, and also rest of the solar system. It's in our own skyscrapers, our cars, and hemoglobin carrying oxygen through the blood right now. But iron 60 is a different one. It's a radioactive cousin of normal iron, packing 4 extra neutrons in its nucleus. And here is the thing about iron 60. It is not native to Earth. It cannot be naturally produced by any geological or chemical processes on our planet. It can't even be cooked up by a normal process inside our sun. There is only one place in the universe with the chaotic energy, extreme pressure, and the mind boggling temperatures required to forge iron 60, the heart of a dying massive star during a supernova explosion. When these stars explode, they blast out heavy elements across light years of empty space like a cosmic shrapnel. But here is the real kicker: iron 60 is radioactive and it has half-life of about 2.6 million years. Now 2.6 million years might sound like a long time, but in cosmic terms, in a universe which is 13.8 billion years old, that's a blink of an eye. If iron 60 had been on Earth when our planet formed 4.5 billion years ago, every single atom of it would have decayed into a stable nickel billions of years ago. There should be zero iron 60 left on Earth, and yet we just found it. Fresh, undecayed, and perfectly preserved in the snow of Antarctica. So, how do we catch this space dust? You use the cleanest net on Earth, the Antarctica ice sheet, because Antarctica experiences almost no industrial pollution, and because its snow accumulation builds neatly layer by layer, century after century, it acts like a giant frozen hard drive, logging everything that falls from the sky. An international research team took samples of the snow and ice dating back tens of thousands of years. They carefully melted it down, filtered it, and ran it through incredibly sensitive piece of machinery called the accelerator mass spectrometer. They weren't looking for pounds of stuff, they were hunting for individual atoms. And against all odds, they found them. Scattered through the snow layers was light but steady rain of iron 60. But finding it wasn't even the biggest surprise. The real shocker was where they found it in the timeline. In the past, scientists had found deep sea sedimentation, containing iron 60 from millions of years ago, indicating that Earth passed near a supernova in the distant past. But these spikes died down. The Antarctica ice core showed something fundamentally different. The influx of iron 60 hasn't stopped. It is happening right now. The snow that fell just a few thousand years ago and the snow falling today carries this interstellar signature. This means Earth isn't just looking at the ghostly echoes of an old explosion. We are actively driving through the debris cloud right now. So, what is this cloud we are sailing through? Astronomers call it the Local Interstellar Cloud, or the LIC for short. It's a massive structure of gas and dust spanning about 30 light years across. For the past several thousand years, our entire solar system, which is Sun, Earth, Mars, all of us have been plowing through the cloud at a staggering speed, roughly about 50,000 miles an hour. For a long time, we didn't know exactly what the local interstellar cloud was made of or where it came from. But thanks to the Antarctica ice data, we finally have the answer. The LIC is the literal edge, the expanding shock wave of an ancient supernova, or potentially a cluster of supernovae that exploded millions of years ago in our cosmic neighborhood. Imagine a firework exploding in the sky. Long after the bright flash fades, a ring of smoke keeps expanding outward through the air. Our solar system has essentially driven right into the expanding ring of cosmic smoke. As our planet moves through it, Earth's gravity sweeps up the heavy dust particles, dragging them through our atmosphere, where they gently settle into the polar ice. Now, hearing these words like radioactive space dust and alien supernova debris might make you wonder, are we in danger? Is this radioactive cloud threatening the life on Earth? The short answer is no. we are perfectly safe, and we have two incredible shields to thank for it. The first shield belongs to our sun. It's called the heliosphere. The sun constantly blow out powerful streams of charged particle known as solar wind. This wind creates a gigantic magnetic bubble that surrounds the entire system. As we sail through local interstellar cloud, the heliosphere acts like the bow of a ship, deflecting the vast majority of interstellar gas, cosmic rays, and dangerous radiation around us. Only the heaviest, densest bit of matter, like tiny grains of dust laced with iron 60, have enough momentum to punch through the heliosphere and make it to the inner solar system. And the tiny fraction of the dust that does make it to Earth has to face our second shield, our atmosphere and magnetic field. By the time these atoms drift down to the surface of Antarctica, they are also incredibly sparse that they pose absolutely zero health risk. Instead of a threat, this cloud is a gift. It's an unprecedented scientific gold mine. It allows us to study the chemistry of a dying star without ever leaving our planet. This discovery completely changes how we think about our place in the universe. We often view our solar system as an isolated, peaceful bubble, completely cut off from the chaotic deep space beyond. But the Antarctica ice has shattered that illusion. It proves Earth is deeply, intimately connected to the wider galaxy. We are dynamic travelers in changing cosmic landscape. Astronomers estimate that our solar system will finish its voyage through the local interstellar cloud in the next 10 to 20,000 years. As we exit, we will sail into a new region of interstellar space, and the layers of Antarctica snow will record that transition too. It's a beautiful reminder that we are all quite literally made of stardust, and right now we are sailing through the very force that created us. And therefore, friends, if you found this discovery as mind-blowing as I did, make sure to smash that like button. It really helps the channel out. Let me know in the comments below, how do you feel to know that you're breathing an ancient supernova dust right now? Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating space breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next voyage, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For our generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depend on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic, and the ripple effect are transforming not only how company recruit but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this way, this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and the getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognized. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work, and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring kind of a balance, a story of a balance, you know. The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. You know, algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, you know. So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. You know, the company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills. adaptability and authenticity, and in that that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. And before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in today's volatile business landscape, even the most successful CEO often find themselves navigating a joyless market, a reality defined by a constant change and the temporary gains. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the profound wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, and we will try and extract the actionable leadership lessons for the modern executive. We will learn why the most resilient leaders are those who ground their strategy in a deeper purpose rather than just the fluctuating bottom lines. Let's go. We live in a world of endless performance metrics, quarterly earnings, and constant digital noise. As a CEO or as a senior leader, you are likely to, must have felt it. That nagging sense of joylessness. Even when you hit your targets, there is a recurring feeling of emptiness, as if the goalpost keeps moving ahead and the victory feels temporary. What if I told you that this specific problem, this feeling of temporary, joyless, and volatile market was analyzed in detail over 7,000 years ago? Today we are looking at chapter 9, verse 33 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that speaks directly to the nature of our work and offer a profound strategy for leadership that transcends the typical corporate burnout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the core of the verse, and the verse start. The Brahmans, kings and devotees are thus more, predisposed to worshipping me in this temporary and joyless world. And the quote close. It sounds heavy, doesn't it? Temporary and joyless. Let's translate that into modern business terms now. Temporary represents our current market conditions. It refers to the volatility of the stocks, disruption of AI, and the ever-changing consumer trends. It is a reminder that no business position is permanent. Next is joyless. isn't being sad, it's being lack of intrinsic fulfillment in a transactional environment. If your business model relies solely on the external metrics, you are playing a game that by its very nature cannot offer lasting fulfillment. The verse mentioned three groups, which is Brahmins, which in other terms you can consider as thinker or visionary. Next is kings, which could be leaders or executives, and lastly devotees, which is the seeker. It suggests that these individuals have predispositions towards a higher path. As a leader, you are a king in your own sphere. The lessons here is that you cannot lead effectively if you are as volatile as the market you operate in. If your joy is tied to the stock price, you are a servant to the stock price. If your joy is tied to the market share, you are servant to the competitors. The Gita teaches that the most effective leaders maintain their internal compass, regardless of the external joyless nature of the environment. You stop managing for the sake of transactions and you start managing for the sake of purpose. So, how do we apply this in the C-suite? On everyday working day mornings, like Monday morning, for example, detach from the temporary. That is point number one. And how this will work? Acknowledge that the market is cyclic. Don't build your identity or your company culture on the high or low. Build on why. Next is cultivate inner sovereignty. You are the king. Don't abdicate your mindset to the news cycle. Create a mental space that is non-negotiable, a space for deep thoughts and that the chaos of the office cannot penetrate. Third, lead with higher purpose. The verse suggests that by connecting your actions to a higher intent, we move out of the joyless cycle. When your team sees that you aren't just chasing revenue but serving a greater mission, the joy returns to the work. It becomes meaningful. The market is and will always be temporary, but your influence as a leader doesn't have to be. When you recognize the joyless nature of pure transactional business, you are finally free to inject it with something more. You stop being a slave to the cycle and start becoming the architect of the culture that thrives in spite of the chaos. Leadership in its highest form is the ability to stay grounded while everything else is in motion. And that is the important lessons that we learn from chapter 9, verse 33. So friends, if this resonates with you, I invite you to reflect on one thing that you have done this week that feels transactional, and if you cannot shift it today to a higher purpose, also let me know. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Before I part in this video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Do you know that the Gurugram real estate prices have skyrocketed by 18%? Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly why property demand in Gurugram is hitting new high in 2026 and what this means for home buyers and the real estate investors. Let's go and explore this further. If you have been looking at the property in Gurugram lately, you have probably noticed that same thing I have in the market is basically on fire. So what was cheaper earlier is now becoming expensive. We are looking at an 18% jump in the prices, and that isn't just a random number. It's a signal of a massive shift in the Millennium City. But is this a bubble about to burst, or is there some actual solid value behind these numbers? Today we are breaking down exactly what is happening in Gurugram real estate market in 2026, and more importantly whether you should be buying, selling or staying on the sidelines when the property is soaring so much. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, first, let's get the big question out of the way. Why 18%? A lot of people see this and think probably, perhaps, speculative bubble. But when you look at the data, it's actually a structural repricing. We are seeing a perfect storm of three things: infrastructure, corporate expansion, and flight to quality. Not all of the Gurugram is growing at the same rate. We are seeing two-speed market. This is the part everyone ask me about. Is it too late to enter? So when we talk about two-speed market, so there are places in Gurugram which are moving slowly, but there are hot cakes, very very prime locations which are growing at 18%, especially in 2026. So question is it too late to enter? No, market is absolutely risk free. We had a massive price run up in the short 30 months window, and you need to be aware of the risk also, like potential interest rate fluctuations and the fact that we have pulled forward several years of expected appreciation into the current window. So in the end, I would like to tell you that look for a 7-year plus holding period if you are buying right now. This isn't get rich quick game anyway. It is a long-term wealth building strategy in a maturing global city. And Gurugram is a very happening place. Also, there are a lot of business opportunities for people who live in Gurugram. So Gurugram isn't just a city. It's a structural growth story. Whether you're looking at the Dwarka Expressway or the established luxury of Golf Course Road, the key is doing your homework. Don't buy the hype, but buy the fundamentals. So friends, the prices are going up, and my advice is to basically look for a property based on your budget and location preferences. But definitely this is the right time to invest in Gurugram real estate market. If you found this breakdown useful, hit that like button, subscribe our channel, and look at the property price in Gurugram very seriously. Do let me know what sector you have in mind, and I can probably guide you further on that. My name is CK, and I will see you again in the next one.
Friends, we all know that the stars, when they run out of their fuel, explodes into a supernova, especially the kind of star which are much larger than sun. They have to be larger than sun in order to become a supernova. However, there are certain stars which don't simply explode. They turn into a hot blowtorch, and this is a very specific phenomena. And to understand this type of supernova, we will take a deep dive into high energy astrophysics, and we will examine this phenomena which is known as hotter than hell, also known in scientific term as the fast blue optical transient, and also known as the blue death. What is this phenomena? Let us explore this further.
Friends, in the vacuum of space, color is a liar. We have been taught from childhood that the red means hot and the blue means cool. Think of your kitchen faucet. But in the realm of high energy astrophysics, the universe flipped the script. Red is the color of dying ember, and blue is the color of cosmic blowtorch. But most stars end their lives in a predictable fiery explosion we call supernova. They expand, they glow red or orange, and they fade over months. But recently we have discovered something that defies this particular rule. A class of explosion so fast, so bright, and so intensely blue that they have earned a terrifying nickname, which is fast blue optical transient, or FBOT. So we call them FBOTs. Today we are diving into the hotter than hell physics of blue stellar deaths. We aren't just talking about big explosions, we're talking about the most violent thermal events since the Big Bang. Well, friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why a blue death is so significant, we have to talk about Wien displacement law. In simple terms, the hotter an object is, the shorter the wavelength of the light it emits. A standard supernova might reach temperature of 10,000 to 20,000 Kelvin. That put them firmly in the visible white to yellow range. But these blue transient, they are screaming at a temperature exceeding 40,000 Kelvin, and in some cases hitting hundreds of thousands of degrees in their initial movements. When a star dies blue, it is telling that the energy density is off the chart. It is not just emitting light, it is emitting high frequency, high energy photons that sit right on the edge of the ultraviolet and X-ray spectrum. The question is, what kind of star has enough fuel to die this spectacularly? You can't get a blue explosion from a boring star like our sun. For a hotter than hell exit, you need a Wolf Rayet star. These are the heavyweight of the galaxy. Stars that started out at 20 or 30 times the mass of sun, but has already blown off their outer layers of hydrogen. What is left is naked exposed core of helium, carbon and oxygen burning with a ferocity that is hard to visualize. Because they have lost their cushion of hydrogen, when the core collapses, there is nothing to slow down the shock wave. It is like an engine exploding without a hood. The energy hits the vacuum of space instantly. This lack of an outer envelope is the first ingredient in the recipe for the fast blue optical transient. For a long time, these were just theoretical. Then came a phenomenon known as AT2018 COW, which is cow, AT 2018 cow. Astronomers affectionately called it the cow because of its random letter designation. But there was nothing gentle about it. The cow was 10 to 100 times brighter than the normal supernova, and it reached its peak brightness in just 3 days. A typical supernova takes weeks to ramp up. The cow didn't just explode, it flashed. What shocked scientists most was the blue signature. It stayed hot for far too long. According to the standard physics, it should have cooled down as the debris expanded. Instead, it was as if there was a central engine, a hidden furnace inside the wreckage, pumping out fresh energy and keeping the temperature at a blistering blue hot level. So what is that central engine? Physicists currently have two main theories for how these blue deaths occur. Imagine the core collapse. It is so massive that it skips the explosion phase and goes straight into a black hole. As the rest of the star tries to fall into the black hole, it creates a massive traffic jam called accretion disk. This disk spins so fast and gets so hot, it launches a jet of plasma through the star's, whatever the star remains, and nearly at the speed of light. That jet is blue light we see. In this version, the core collapses into a magnetar, a neutron star with a magnetic field trillion times stronger than the Earth's, spinning hundred of time per second. This magnetic whirling injects a colossal amount of kinetic energy into the explosion, acting like a cosmic microwave that keeps the debris cloud at blue hot temperature. So why do we spend millions of dollars on these expensive telescopes to find these blue blips? Because they are the laboratories of the extreme. FBOTs allow us to watch the birth of black holes and magnetars in real time. Usually we find these objects millions of years after they were formed. With blue stellar death, we are seeing the first cry of a new celestial monster. They also act as the cosmic flashlights because they are so bright. They illuminate the gas and dust in distant galaxies, helping us map the cosmic web that holds the universe together. Every time we catch a blue flash, we are refining our understanding of how matter behaves under the most extreme gravity and heat possible. The universe is a violent place, but there is a strange beauty in its destruction. A blue stellar death is the ultimate paradox. A star that has run out of life yet shines with more intensity than billion suns combined. It's a final defiant scream across the vacuum. Next time, when you look up at a clear night sky, remember that twinkling white stars are just the beginning. Out there in the deep dark, something is turning blue, breaking the laws of physics and providing that something truly are hotter than hell. So, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this deep dive into physics of the cosmos, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Until next time, keep looking up. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome to this executive lesson, and the big question that we have on our mind today which we want to address is, can detachment actually lead to better result in business? This is a very profound question, and that is why in today's high pressure corporate world, CEOs are often told that the end justifies the means. All right. So there is nothing about detachment, but the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, talks about detachment all the time. They are saying that if you shift your focus from the result to your nishkam karm, basically undivided attention to your work, that will give you better result, and therefore this should be your strategy. And this will also take away your high pressure, whereas you are not focused about result, but you are actually focused about the work, which is the worship in this case. So friends, stick around, because this is going to be very interesting. It is going to be useful for people in the leadership position, also for anybody who want to follow Bhagavad Gita. So friends, I will start the discussion now.
We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, you value often reduced to a single metric, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony. The more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga. Not the physical pastures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action, and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear-based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations, and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous, and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical, and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is the result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So how do you apply Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1, define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2, practice strategic detachment. During high stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3, audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So, chapter 6, verse 4 isn't about being passive, it's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome to the business section of Akulmach Live. We have all heard about the nuclear breakthrough India just reported. However, the big question today is India about to become the world's nuclear energy hub? Why we are saying this? Because recently Government of India did some changes, policy changes, and because of that, the world over, all the entrepreneurs, all the business investors are now eyeing towards investing in India's nuclear program, which is basically for energy generation. Why it is different? Because this is based on thorium and not on uranium, because uranium there is a lot of risk and people will say, okay, now if you are using uranium you may be having a plan for for some sort of nuclear weapon development. But here in this case thorium is abundant in India. We don't have to basically buy uranium from other countries. Thorium is readily available in India, and the beauty here is that for thorium reactor you don't need to basically build very large reactor, and therefore India has decided to build these small reactors. And recently what we are discussing today is that the FDI has been allowed in these small reactors, and because of that lot of investors are now coming through the FDI route, trying to invest in these small thorium reactors. And they have also passed, the Indian government, Indian Parliament has also passed something called Shanti Act. Now for those who understand Hindi, Shanti basically means peace. So they have passed a Shanti Act, which is a metaphor for Peace Act, which allow investor to invest in the thorium program, which is now started by India. So friends, stick around in this video because we are going to discuss this in detail.
For decades, the Indian nuclear sector was forbidden fortress. It was state-run, shielded from private players, and largely close to the global capital. But in 2025, everything changed. The Atomic Energy Commission (AEC) just cleared a policy that effectively ends the nuclear isolation era by allowing up to 49% foreign direct investment, also known as FDI, in small modular reactor (SMRs). India has fired, starting a pistol for a multi-billion-dollar race. Why now? Well, the world is hungry for carbon-free base load power, and India has world's most ambitious energy roadmap. We aren't just talking about a few power plants. We're talking about a $200 billion shift. Today, we are breaking down the global investor from the US, France, and Russia are suddenly lining up at the India's door. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk technology. Traditional nuclear plants are like massive cruise ships. They take 15 years to build and cost 10 billion or more. If one thing goes wrong, the whole project stalls. Small modular reactors, or the SMRs, are the speedboats and speedboats of the nuclear world. These are the reactors that produce between 77 megawatts and 300 megawatts of power. They are built in factories on the assembly lines and shipped to the site. India has introduced its own version, the Bharat Small Reactor, which is acronym for BSR. Why investors love them? They offer lower entry price. Instead of risking $10 billion, a private company can partner with the Nuclear Power Corporation of India to build a modular unit for a fraction of the cost. So it has speed of delivery. Definitely you can actually go from groundbreaking to grid connected in about 5 years. For an investor, faster construction means a faster return on investment. The real magic happened in the boardroom. The Indian government passed the Shanti Act of 2025. This wasn't just another law. It was a legal bridge. Before this, foreign companies were terrified of Indian civil liability laws. If there was an accident, the supplier could be sued into bankruptcy. The new policy provider, in fact, clears a framework for risk sharing between Indian state and the foreign investor. By allowing 49% FDI, India is saying we want your tech and we want your cash, but we will keep the keys to the security of the facility. Therefore, the balance of 51% will be state control and 49% will be private investment. And that is why this is a sweet spot. And that has a global giant like Holtec International, GE, Hitachi dusting off their blueprints for Indian soil. The investment isn't just about technology, it's about demand. Indian economy is booming, and definitely it's also growing by leaps and bounds. And the rest of the world can only dream of at that kind of speed India is moving forward. We are building gigafactories for EVs, massive data centers for AI, and huge green hydrogen hubs. All these things have one thing in common. India needs 24 by 7 power. Solar and wind are great, but they don't work when the sun goes down and the wind stops, right? So SMRs are being pitched as the captive power sources. Imagine massive steel plants in Odisha or a tech park in Bengaluru having its own dedicated SMR right next door. Investors see this industrial demand as the guaranteed revenue stream. It is not just selling power to the grid, it is powering the future of the global manufacturing. Now let's talk about the long game. India has the world's largest reserve of thorium, believe it or not. The traditional reactors runs on uranium, which India has to import. But thorium, we have enough of it in our beaches to power the country for centuries. And what is the catch here? There's always a catch, right? You cannot just put thorium in a standard reactor. You need a breeder process. So SMRs are perfect test bed for this. By inviting FDIs into SMRs, India is accelerating its three-stage nuclear program. The global investors provide capital today for uranium-based SMRs are essentially helping build the infrastructure that will eventually run on thorium. It's a transition that could make India the OPEC of the 22nd century. So why are the global investors eyeing India at this point in time? It is a perfect storm of the clear policy, which is based on FDI, proven demand, which is the industrial growth, and the futuristic tech, which is based on thorium. India's goal is to hit 100 gigawatt of nuclear power by 2047. It's a massive mountain to climb, but for the first time, India isn't climbing it alone. With global capital and private innovation now in the mix, the atomic age of India hasn't just arrived. It is actually going to get onto overdrive. So friends, what do you think? Is opening nuclear power to foreign investment is a master stroke for energy independence or a risky move? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into the tech and policy that is shaping India's future. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Welcome friends. Recently Artemis 2 has been a very successful trip to moon, created many landmarks, but one of the things that we can now imagine in future, not so far away but very near future, is the settlement, humanity settlement. But then how it will happen? There are so many challenges. One of the challenge is related to habitat, and therefore this company, a startup in USA, they are going to basically talk about the new type of habitat structure. They are going to convert the moon into a real habitable real estate, when the humans travel to moon and successfully land on the moon, etc. So the big question is the future on of humanity on the moon is inflatable. Remember this word inflatable, because this company, which is known as Max Space, they are actually talking about inflatable habitat which can reach moon and then can be inflated, and then they are readily available. No digging required, no construction, no 3D printing, none of those things. These are ready to build housing, and as soon as the astronaut arrive there, the houses will be ready. So this is a game changer, and this is very exciting. So in today's video we are going to discuss how this is going to happen, what are the roadblocks, what are the opportunities, and how this Max Space is changing the landscape, especially for the human settlement, not only on moon but in future outside in other worlds. So stick around friends, because this is going to be very, very interesting video.
Imagine you're moving into a new apartment, but there is a catch. You have to carry every single piece of furniture, the walls, the plumbing, and the oxygen system on your back while climbing a mountain. That is essentially the challenge of building a base on the moon. For decades, the dream of lunar colony has been held back by one brutal reality, which is the weight. In the space industry, mass is money. Every extra kilogram of steel or aluminum you send to lunar surface cost a fortune in rocket fuel. Because of this, most proposed moon bases have been small, cramped, and incredibly difficult to scale. But that's about to change now. A Florida-based startup called MaxSpace has just unveiled a design that sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, a pop-up habitat. They aren't just building rooms, they are building what they call the scalable real estate for the moon. And if they succeed, the era of flags and footprints is over and the era of lunar cities is going to begin. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. So why is the max space important? They recently emerged from the stealth with a bold claim. They can provide most habitable volume for the lowest launch mass in history. In April 2026, the company unveiled a subscale version of their expandable habitat, proving that this isn't just a digital render, it's a physical hardware. Led by the co-founder Salim Mia and Aaron Kemmer, MaxSpace is leveraging over 30 years of material science knowledge and what they call the practical readiness of the materials to solve the hardest problem in lunar exploration. The core idea is very simple. Instead of sending a rigid metal tube that is mostly empty space, you send a highly compressed, ultra strong fabric envelope. One of it hits the lunar surface, it pops up and expanding to 20 times its original stored volume. Think about that. One single SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, a workhorse of the modern space flight, could theoretically launch a fully equipped habitat with 350 cubic meters of volume. To put that in perspective, that's about a third of the entire habitable volume of the International Space Station, delivered in a single relatively cheap launch. Now, I know what you're thinking. Inflatable on the moon. Well, isn't that just a giant balloon waiting to pop? It's a very fair question. The lunar environment is a nightmare. Temperatures swing between 107 degrees in the sun to minus 153 in the shade. There is no atmosphere to stop micrometeorites, and radiation from solar flare can be lethal. But MaxSpace design isn't a balloon. It's an engineering marvel made of interwoven layer of advanced materials like Kevlar and specialized polymer bladders. Why this is actually better than metal? There are several reasons, starting with the debris protection. This is the first reason. Rigid metal hull can actually shatter or spall when hit by a high speed space dust. Expandable layer absorbs the disperse the impact energy much like a bulletproof vest. Second is the radiation shielding. Because these habitats are so large, once expanded, they can be outfitted with internal shieldings or even covered with lunar regolith, which is the moon soil or moon dirt, whatever you want to call it, and that will create a massive radiation proof bunker. Number 3 is the mass to volume ratio. In a rigid module, the walls have to be thick enough to handle launch vibration and internal pressures. With an expandable, the walls are optimized for the pressure of the space, making them lighter and stronger per square inch. The company calls this scalable real estate because it allows for a modular approach. You don't just build one room, you link them together. You can have a pop-up lab, a pop-up greenhouse, and pop-up sleeping quarters, all connected by a pressurized tunnel. This news couldn't come at a better time. We are currently in the middle of Artemis era. As of April 2026, Artemis 2 has successfully returned from its lunar flyby, marking the first humans to have seen the far side of moon with their own eyes since 1972. NASA is now laser focused on Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, which are targeted for 2028. Artemis 5 is going to be very interesting because it's specifically where the moon base phase begins. NASA recently announced they are moving away from the Lunar Gateway space station concept in favor of a permanent surface infrastructure. They want to stay on the surface of the moon. And this is where the Max Space and the Voyager Technologies partnership comes in reality and becomes more real. The company behind the Star Lab, in fact, the Voyager you may be knowing is the company behind this Star Lab space station, and has made a multi-million-dollar investment in Max Space to ensure this tech is ready for the Artemis mission. Now, what is the goal? By the late 2020s, instead of astronauts living out of their lander for a week, they will move into these Max Space habitat for months at a time. This tech turns a visit into a colony. So that is a very clear goal. What is the next step now? Max Space isn't going straight to the moon. First, they have to prove their system works in vacuum of Earth's orbit. Their first flight, known as the mission Evolution, is scheduled for 2027 as a ride share on a Falcon 9. This will be a smaller prototype to validate the deployment sequence and structural integrity. If that works, the sky, or rather the lunar South Pole, is the limit. They are already designing their Thunderbird station, a commercial outpost that could serve as a lunar hotel or a research hub. For 60 years, we have thought about space station, the moon bases, as cold metallic cylinders, but the future of human life beyond Earth might be softer, lighter, and much, much bigger. Max Space is betting that the key to cosmos isn't building bigger rockets, but building smarter houses. If they are right, the first pop-up colony on the moon won't just be a scientific outpost. It will be the first real piece of lunar real estate in human history. Now, the question is, if you could book a room in a pop-up lunar hotel in 2030, would you go to moon? I will like to know your answer. So friends, thanks for watching. If you want to stay updated on the race to build the first moon base, hit that subscribe button and check out our other videos on Artemis program. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript, and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITDA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. Alright, so this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The verse identify three distinct stages. First, the process, a yogic practice which require consistent mental discipline. Number two, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. 3. The goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high-stress leadership, that lens gets covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mentions contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And it is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice leads to happiness, and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. You are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Well, $60 billion, that's more than the entire valuation of many Fortune 500 companies, right? It's twice what NASA gets in a year, and it is the price tag of a single option. Elon Musk just secured, for SpaceX. Yesterday, the world of aerospace and AI collided. SpaceX officially announced a strategic partnership with Cursor, the AI coding startup that has taken the developer world by storm. But this isn't just a partnership. SpaceX now holds the exclusive right to buy Cursor for $60 billion by the end of 2026. Why would a rocket company, one that just merged with XAI and is targeting a 1.75 trillion IPO, drop that kind of cash on a code editor? Is it just about helping engineers write faster apps, or is this the missing link that finally makes the city on Mars a reality? Today we are deconstructing the SpaceX Cursor deal, the colossal supercomputer, and why the road to the red planet is now paved with billions of lines of AI generated code. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed with our analysis. If you aren't a developer, you might not realize how big Cursor has become. It's a fork of the VS Code, but it has been rebuilt from the ground up with AI at its core. It pioneered what enthusiasts call the vibe coding, the ability to describe a complex feature in plain English and watch the AI architect the entire file structure, logic, and test in seconds. And therefore, we need to consider this statistics. ARR, over 2 billion today, projected to hit 6 billion by year end. And what is the reach? Used by over 50% of the Fortune 500 company. And what is the most important thing? It is not just a chatbot. It is a tool that understands your entire code base. SpaceX isn't just buying a tool. They are buying the distribution channel to the world's best engineers. But there is a catch. SpaceX has two choices: pay 10 billion for a joint development partnership, or pay $60 billion for the whole thing. It's a try before you buy deal at a galactical scale. To understand why this matters, we have to look at the hardware. Back in the February 2026, SpaceX merged with XAI. In that merger, SpaceX inherited Colossus, the world's most powerful AI training cluster running on roughly 1 million NVIDIA H100 equivalents. Before this deal, Cursor was a bottleneck by the computing power. They were using model from OpenAI and Anthropic. But now Cursor is moving into the SpaceX family. They get direct access to Colossus. Imagine taking the world's most intuitive coding interface and plug-in it to the world's largest supercomputer. We are talking about training a personal super intelligent specifically for engineering. This isn't about building another Grok for Twitter. It's about building an AI that can design a Raptor engine, simulate orbital mechanics, and debug the flight software of a starship in real time. Elon Musk has often said that the hardest part of Starship isn't that rocket, it is the machine that built the machine. To put a million people on Mars by 2050, you need thousands of starships. You need autonomous propellant plants on Martian surface. You need life support system that never fails. The software complexity required to manage a multi-planetary logistics chain is mind-boggling. Currently, writing that software takes thousands of human engineers and millions of man-hours. But with Cursor integrated into SpaceX stacks, accelerated prototyping will be a reality. AI can generate ground control software for the 2028 lunar mission in a fraction of time. It can also achieve autonomous debugging. On a 6 month journey to Mars, you can't wait for a patch from Earth. The ship's AI need to find a fix on its own and also debug the whole software. Next, it is going to create a stairway to Mars. This acquisition suggests that SpaceX is pivoting from being a launch provider to vertical tech stack. Their own internet, which is Starlink, their own AI, which is XAI. Now it could be Cursor also, and the transport, which is the Starship. Let's talk about money. This deal comes just as SpaceX prepare for its rumored 2026 IPO. Analysts are targeting a listing valuation of 1.75 trillion. By securing Cursor, SpaceX is signaling to Wall Street that they aren't just a transportation company; they are deep tech, combination of various companies. If they can prove that their AI integrated engineering can cut the cost of reaching Mars by 90%, a 60 billion acquisition start to look like a bargain. However, not everyone is convinced. Critics point to the anthropic shock earlier this year that wiped billions of IT giants. They ask if this a visionary move or is it another overvaluation in a red hot AI market. Whether SpaceX Cursor buys the Cursor for $60 billion or stay in a $10 billion partnership, one thing is clear. The future of space exploration is no longer just about fuel and physics. It's about intelligence. If Starship is the body that takes us to stars, the AI acquisition is the brain. We are watching the birth of the company that controls the physical and the digital infrastructure of the next century. So, friends, what do you think? Is $60 billion fair price for the key to the red planet? Or is the AI bubble reaching escape velocity? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into technology shaping our future. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, I like to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello दोस्तों, नमस्कार. Have you ever wondered why most strategy fail? And what is the CEO's secret to lasting business success? In the world of constant disruption, quarterly shifts, and the fleeting trends, how do you build a business that actually lasts? Therefore, in this video, we try and decode one of the most profound lessons from Bhagavad Gita and apply it to modern executive leadership. The verse is verse 16 mentioned in chapter 2. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy, it is a high level strategic framework for resilience and decision making. Let's go. Welcome back, friends. If you are a business leader or an entrepreneur, you know the feeling. You are looking at the screen filled with red and green numbers, tracking the latest tech disruption, or worrying about the pivot in the global supply chain. We are taught that the change is the only constant. We build our career on being adaptable, on being agile, on being predicting the next big thing. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to invite you to look at your business and your life through a lens that is thousands of years old. We are looking at the single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 16. It's a verse about finding the indestructible in a world that feels incredibly temporary. It's about how a CEO, if you only focus on changing surface of the business, you will burn out. But if you tap into what never changes, you become an unstoppable, centered leader. And the verse quote, and the quote starts, that which is temporary is not the ultimate reality, because the ultimate reality is unchangeable and indestructible. This is the conclusion derived by the wise who have pondered on the subject at length. And the quote close. So, friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed. Let us break down the boardroom. The temporary is your revenue targets, your current product cycle, your marketing trends, and your stock price. These things change. They are, by definition, the temporary realities, and therefore they are volatile. The ultimate reality is which is unchangeable and indestructible, is the core purpose, the foundational value, and the human essence behind your business. Think about it. Has the fundamental human desire for trust, quality, or genuine connections ever changed? No. Technology changes and also how we deliver that value, but the hunger for that value is constant. The wise, as the text says, know that you must build your strategy on the permanent while managing the temporary. So why do most business fails? Not because their tech wasn't good, but because they lost the sight of their ultimate reality. We live in a cycle of constant reactivity. A competitor launches a new feature, so we pivot. The market dips, so we slash our culture and also budget. We treat our company like it's only the temporary numbers. When you do that, you lose your center. You become a leaf in the wind. Verse 16 is a wake up call. It tells us that if you are only chasing the temporary, you are chasing an illusion. You are building on sand. A CEO who identifies entirely with the temporary success of a quarter will experience fear when that success fades away. Definitely, But a CEO who operates from the unchangeable, their vision, their ethics, their commitment to service, that CEO lead with calm, indestructible authority. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning to our work, to our daily life? First, conduct a reality audit. Take your current projects and ask, is this a temporary tactical move, or is this rooted in our indestructible core? If it is temporary tactic, like a pricing shift, that's fine. Manage it, but don't worship it. Don't let your self worth or your company identity be defined by it. Second, focus on the indestructible. What is that one thing about your company, if you were to remove it, would make your company cease to exist, to be itself? For many, it's a core belief in innovation or deep customer empathy. There is, the ultimate reality. When the market are chaotic, double down on that core. And that is what provides stability for your team, your investors, and also yourself. As a leader, your job isn't just to predict the future. Your job is to anchor your team in the present. When you show up with the understanding that while external circumstances are constantly shifting, your integrity and purpose are unchangeable. Your team gains confidence. They stop fearing the disruption because they see you as a leader standing in the ultimate reality. You become the eye of the storm. So, if I leave you with this reflection, what in your business is temporary? Please find out. And are you mistaking it for your ultimate reality? Also, you need to work on this, right? So, this is a task for today. Pause, ponder, and realize that most successful, long lasting businesses are those that mastered the art of holding the temporary with a loose grip while anchoring themselves firmly in the indestructible. So, friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining in. Take this lesson, lead with clarity, and build something that truly endures. See you in the next one.
The universe has always carried secrets in silence, but sometimes silence trembles. When black hole collides, they send ripples across space-time. Gravitational wave that race through the cosmos like a faint echo of creation itself. For decades, these waves were thought to be mere messenger of cosmic violence. Yet now, the hidden within their rhythm, scientists believe that they may have uncovered something far more profound and the elusive fingerprint of dark matter. Dark matter, the invisible weight that binds galaxies together, has long been the phantom of physics, felt but never seen, and in theory never touched. And now that through the subtle distortion in space-time music, it may finally be whispering its presence. Imagine the cosmos itself humming within the hidden chorus, a song carried not by the light but by gravity's most delicate thread. And that is the story unfolding today, the possibility that the gravitational waves are not just echoes of collisions, but for the first time, the audible clues to the shadowing substance that shape our universe. So let's find out more. In the vast silence of cosmos, there are whispers too faint for human ear, yet powerful enough to reshape our understanding of reality. Among these whispers are gravitational waves, ripple in space-time born from the violent collisions of black holes and neutron stars. For years, the scientists have listened to these waves as a messenger of cataclysm of event, but now they may be carrying a deeper secret and evidence of dark matter itself. So, going forward, the dark matter has long been the phantom of physics. It does not shine, it does not absorb, it does not scatter light. It is invisible, detectable only through its gravitational pull on galaxies and clusters. We know its existence because the cosmos behave as if the weight down by an unseen mass. Yet, despite decades of searching, no particle detectors has captured it. No telescope has revealed its glow, and it has remained in a shadow, elusive and untouchable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about these waves, but gravitational waves offer a new lens. When two black hole spiral together and merge, the wave that they emit carry the imprint of everything in their environment. If the dark matter surrounds them, if it pools in the halos or the clumps near their event horizons, its presence subtly alter the rhythm of the collision. The wave stretch differently and the frequency shift. The echoes linger longer than expected. These deviations are faint, buried in noise, but with the sensitive detectors like Virgo and Kagra, the scientists are beginning to tease them, listen them, and bring the information out. Recent analysis suggests that some recorded signals cannot be explained by ordinary physics alone. The pattern hint at an invisible partner tugging at the dance of a black hole and dark matter interacting not through the light but through the gravity's most delicate thread. Imagine two massive black holes colliding and their spiral slowed ever so lightly by the halo of unseen particles. And the resulting wave carries that story across the billions of light years and arriving at Earth as a faint tremor in space-time. If confirmed, this will be definitely revolutionary. It would mean that the dark matter is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the cosmic drama. It would provide the first direct evidence of its distribution around compact objects, offering clues to its nature, whether it is made of exotic particles, primordial black holes, or something stranger still. And that we have to really find out. We have to look towards the physicists for their new findings. The implication ripple outward. Dark matter may influence how galaxies form, how stars die, and how the universe itself evolve. So, by mapping its fingerprints in gravitational waves, scientists could chart its hidden architecture, tracing the invisible presence upon which the cosmos is built. It is as if we are learning to read a secret language written into space-time itself. For the layperson, the idea is both haunting and very exciting. We live in a universe where most of the matter is unseen, yet it shapes everything we know. Now, through the faintest vibrations of space-time, we may finally be hearing its voice. So dark matter, once silent, is actually beginning to speak through the music of colliding black holes. So as detectors grow more sensitive and the data accumulates, the whisper will become clearer. Each new gravitational wave may carry another clue, another brush stroke in the portrait of invisible. And in that portrait lies the possibility of solving one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. And that is, what is a dark matter that binds the universe together? The journey is far from over, but the path has been illuminated. Gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic violence. They are the guides into unseen thread leading to us towards the shady heart of existence. The search for the dark matter has always been felt like chasing a shadow across the star. Yet now, through the faint tremors of space-time, the shadow begins to take form. The gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic collision. They are becoming the voice of invisible, the rhythm of unseen, and each ripple carries us closer to unveiling the hidden universe, and where the dark matter silently shapes galaxies, stars, and destiny of creation itself. Perhaps the greatest revelation is not that we are finally hearing the dark matter, but that the universe has been singing all along. We simply need to learn how to listen. So now we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. What really happened in 1857? Was it a Sepoy mutiny or the first spark of revolution that would change history forever? In this deep dive, we explore the explosive events of 1857 uprising and how India shook the British crown to its core. Let's go. History is rarely a straight line. Often it is defined by a single explosive moment, a spark that catches fire and consumes the status quo. For the British Empire, that moment arrived in 1857. To some, it was a Sepoy mutiny. To others, it was the first war of independence. But regardless of the label, one thing is certain. In 1857, the heartbeat of the British Empire was stuttered. Today, we are diving into the dramatic, bloody and world-changing event of 1857 uprising. How did a collection of disgruntled soldiers and local rulers manage to shake the most powerful empire on earth? Let's find out. To understand the explosion, we have to look at the pressure cooker that was India under the East India Company. By the mid-19th century, the British were no longer just traders. They were masters. They controlled the vast land through a mixture of treaties and outright annexation, and the doctrine of lapse, a policy that allowed the British to seize any princely state where the ruler died without a direct male heir. But it wasn't just the king and the queens who were angry. The common people were suffering under heavy taxation, and the soldiers, the sepoys, felt their dignity being systematically eroded. The British were dismissive of the local customs, and rumors began to circulate that the company was planning to forcefully convert the population to Christianity. The stage was set. All that was needed was a matchstick. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. That match arrived in the form of a rifle, the pattern 1853 Enfield. The new cartridge for this rifle was rumored to be greased with a mixture of cow and pig fat. Think about the implications. For Hindus soldiers, the cow is sacred. For Muslim soldiers, the pig is forbidden. To use these cartridges, a soldier had to bite off the end of the paper casing, effectively forcing them to consume materials that violate their most sacred religious beliefs. In January 1857, the outrage began to boil over. It wasn't just about religion, it was manifestation of the deep-seated humiliation. In March, a young soldier named Mangal Pandey refused to use the cartridge and attacked his British officer. His execution turned him into a martyr, and within a week, the spark in one garrison became a wildfire across North India. The rebellion officially ignited in Meerut on May 10, 1857. Soldiers marched on Delhi, the former seat of Mughal Empire, and declared the aging Emperor Bahadur Shah Zafar as their leader. The uprising was not a single coordinated military campaign, it was a massive decentralized eruption. In cities like Lucknow, Kanpur, and Jhansi, the rebellion took different forms. In Jhansi, the Rani Lakshmi Bai became an icon of defiance, leading her troops against the British with unmatched courage. For the British, the situation was dire. They were quite spread thinly, caught off guard, and for a few months they were genuinely terrified that they would be driven out of the subcontinent entirely. The invincible British administration was scrambling for its dear life. The British reaction was swift and brutal. They poured reinforcement into India and launched a series of counter-offensives that were as ruthless as the rebellion had been chaotic. The siege, massacre, and the betrayal defined the final stages of the conflict. By 1858, the rebellion was effectively crushed. But the victory came at a massive cost. The British realized they could no longer govern India through a private company. The East India Company was dissolved and control was transferred directly to the British Crown. The British Raj had begun and the political landscape of India was permanently altered. So, did this uprising fail? If you look at the immediate military outcome, yes, definitely. The British remained in control for another 90 years. But if you look at the soul of the nation, it was the greatest victory imaginable. 1857 was the moment Indians across different regions, religions, and social classes realized they could challenge the imperial giants. It planted the seed of nationalism that would eventually lead the way to freedom movement of the 20th century, which is the largest freedom movement. Finally, we got the independence in 1947. When we look back at the event of 1857, we aren't just looking at a battle. We are looking at the moment India stood up, shook the chains of colonial rule, and began the long journey towards reclaiming its destiny. So friends, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think 1857 was inevitable? Let me know, and I will see you again very soon in the next one.